Tuesday! It's Tuesday! The land of twos. Tomorrow is 3-day, but today is Tuesday. It is Tuesday, right? Okay, it is. 8:20, or 28, as the Europeans say. That's because it's reflected over the prime meridian, so it's backwards, you know? That's what that does, I assume. Get some caffeine. I am especially... Actually, I'm not that tired today. What I am going to try to do today is only eat like 1,000 calories. Let's see how that works out. I'm going to come in tomorrow. Oh, guys. I ate like 5,000 calories last night. I know I said I was only going to do 1,000, but I bought a whole cheese wheel. Don't put it past me. I promise you that. Alright, what are we doing today? I need to rewrite some of Spoon's today's gonna be a dialogue day today. Meaning, let's pull this up. Let's load up DLSS into the engine. We like doing that, right? Chirpy chirp. Honestly, if I have to hear these birds for my ambient noise too much, I'm gonna lose it. Nobody will hate the music and sounds in your game more than you will, and I promise you, having worked on multiple games, it's always the case. Okay, maybe not always the music, but ambient sounds or like sound effects, you'll just hear it one too many times. Alright, where's my dialogue? Data. Dialogue. That's not it. It's in stories. Yeah, we need to rewrite some of Dialogue Thief 1. Not too complicated. Lore Loop Thief, Lore Loop Goblins. I don't think we ever wrote much of this. However, I think what I did is... I remember removing it from the loop. Oh, and we never wrote this. We're asking Shu about Rake. Okay, we do have some dialogue to write then. If I recall correctly, I might have just like put it on hold because I had done 2 weeks of writing dialogue, and I was like, I don't really want to do more of that. I need a break from dialogue. Oh, we had the break. Now it is time. Yeah, I unhooked these two. Nothing important here. Yeah, we didn't finish it either. Why can't I grab this? Oh, there we go. It's being really weird. Alright, whatever. Yeah, we'll label that to finish. And if we ever want to write about this, I mean, this is mostly just like lore. I think I would at some point, but probably not for this new build. Let's focus more on this. So the issue right now is he mentions that he needs a damage health potion and a paralysis poison, or you can convince him that he also should take a paralysis poison, right? But he mentions that it's meant for the same guy, which, if I was the player, I would insinuate that I could then put damage, health, and paralysis on the same potion. You can't. I think what the original intention was, and I don't know if we ever wrote this in our lore, or like our planning document we had somewhere. I can find it. Thief story. Yeah, see, he wanted some poison to put in his dagger, but it was mainly so that he could kill the... He could kill the other bandits, but then he could paralyze the leader. That's why he wanted it separate, because he didn't want to kill and paralyze. He didn't want to waste the paralysis poison on the regular bandits, and he didn't want to use damage health on the leader, right? But it doesn't come off that way in the text. In fact, the way I wrote it in text is he wants to use the damage, health, and paralysis both for the leader. And that's where the issue arises. So we need to fix that, and probably fix some of the requirements for the this isn't it. Where did I store that stuff? Dialogue, bartering, NPC data, here it was. And then fix up the NPC potion needs as well. Dialogue Thief 1 potion outcomes. Bad choice update, Thief wants to do business false. Yeah, there's killed bandit leader with potion. That'll need to be fixed up. Okay. What kind of poison do you need? Just need something to rough this guy up a bit, put him on the brink of death. Anything too strong is likely to kill him, but I want to extract some information before I do that. Yeah, let's unconnect those. What kind of poison do you need? Well, I need something to deal... A few guys may not be on the friendliest of relations with. Did they hurt you, or did you hurt them? Okay, go on. We'll expand this just a little bit, provide a bit more of a backstory here. Because the other ones are so much more detailed than this one is, right? At least that's the way that I feel. We look at like Thief 2A, for instance. There's quite a bit written. Also very poorly organized. The fact that it works is astounding me. A little bit better. Okay, did they hurt you or did you hurt them? Nobody got hurt. But some of them will be if you can help me. Connect up like that. Need something to... Need something a bit... fatal. Capable of dispatching some problems if I place my blade up against them, or if I coat my blade in it. And we don't know about the... Learn about Potion Thief 1. It'll happen here somewhere. Or it happens here. How do we know that he needs the paralysis poison? Well, we learned about it here. Okay. Yeah, we'll just delete these. Those aren't necessary anymore. I'd love if we had a system where you could maybe... I really think that we need to implement some sort of like memory system or knowledge bank that you can draw from. Especially with lore. This way we don't have to save like individual options about... I don't know, learned about, you know, Golem Stone statue or something, right? We could specify IDs of different knowledge bits, and as you learn them, we can unlock them for you. They can go into your journal so that you know more about that that region. There's got to be something, and then that way we can also use those IDs when testing dialogue, so that if the player knows about that knowledge, they can mention it. It's kind of similar to what we already have now with saving choices that you make and, you know, stuff like that, but it's a bit more systematic. It would be much easier to organize while having pretty much the same effect. And making it easier to organize also means that it'll be easier to debug and to expand later on, you know. We might do that at some point. It's a pretty easy system to make. Stronger the better, I assume. You assume correctly, human. I'd prefer that he just be a bit subtle about it until he opens up to you. I think that'll be better. We do then need to save information that the player has learned about the paralysis so that we can recall that here. Hey, Bubby Bite, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Or as the British say, Tuesday. This is a good morning though. Hope it doesn't get too warm today. Let's see what we got. 25 Celsius. Yeah, it could be worse. Could be worse. You're doing all right? I got a little bit of a headache. A little bit of a hangover. Might have indulged last night. Oops. 26.8 here. Okay. We're pretty equal then. Where are you at that it's almost 27 degrees Celsius? Let's save a choice. Has player learned about we'll do secondary potion needs learned beef 1 set to true. Oh, you're in Denmark. It was always very warm. I like the heat. My family, my dad's side is from Denmark. Although I think that we are Belgian in origin, and then we had family move up to Denmark, and then that family moved over to the US. I've always wanted to visit Copenhagen. Never been to Denmark. Never, never, never. But would really like to. Looks beautiful. I live in Poland currently, so not too much of a difficult journey if I want to visit. Addition, save choice. Don't visit Denmark? Why not? It sucks? Why does it suck? I mean, a lot of places that are fun to visit are also terrible to live in, right? Like, everybody wants to visit New York. I certainly wouldn't want to live in New York. So socialist, it's terrible. Isn't Denmark pretty wealthy, though? So they can kind of get away with some of that? Secondary potion needs. Okay, so the player would know about the secondary potion needs. And then we can recall them here. Need the strong... poison to deal with some of the bandits in the camp. He doesn't have actually mentioned bandits, does he? Not yet. He should mention them. We're with the country, but in the past few years things has gotten way worse. Much more control, many more taxes, just not a good direction. A lot of Danes are on the edge of struggling. Jesus. Now, it's not the picture that the international media paints. But when has the international media ever painted any country in the most honest light? But the way the international media treats the US, you'd think that if you walk into the US, you get shot after like 2 seconds. I don't know. Sometimes I think that there's, if I believe in any conspiracy, I believe that there is some underlying group that is profiting or gaining power off of causing unrest and pitting people against each other. At this point, is it even a conspiracy? Illuminati confirmed. I don't know who it is, but somebody's gaining a lot of power and money from this. I mean, I just look at, like, with politics, for instance, how... God, just how violent people can get over it. It just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating. Spell riffraff with a hyphen in it? Or is it one word? It does have a hyphen. Also, apparently a movie theater in Switzerland. Wonderful. Yeah, let me go see Hitman. Actually, speaking of, I do need to see the new Alien movie. You always lived in Poland? No, just for the last, like, 6 years or so. I previously lived in the US. Being able to make a... Why did you move? Just needed a change. Needed a change, wanted to live closer to my fiance, and needed a job. And it was really hard for me to get a game development job where I lived in the US. Actually, he does need to mention bandits now that I think about it. Mention some to deal with some bandit riffraff. Mention being able to make a paralysis potion I could use to help with the interrogation of their leader. Okay, that should work. Add player response. Got it. Thanks. We'll say got it. We'll have it to you soon. Never been to Poland. One of my close friends, she is Polish, but in general, Poland's have best reputation in Denmark. Why is that? I like Poland. I mean, it's every country and culture has its problems, but I haven't seen much issue here. Nothing that would make me hate it, at least. Yeah, we'll disconnect these. So what happened? And this is where we can launch into a little bit of explanation of the bandits. Well, he mentions it here. So actually we shouldn't... Yeah, we need to save here that he knows about the bandits. That the player knows about the bandits or not. It's like coming for Polish people to drive up here and take things that do not belong to them. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's like the, I think that happens in a lot of countries where, you know, the ones who aren't causing the problems don't have the motivation to do something like that, but the ones who want to cause those problems are the ones with the motivation. And so that can unfortunately paint a bad light on, you know, everyone when where you live, the percentage of this culture, these peoples doing these things is pretty high. But careful, I can't talk about that because that'll get me in trouble. God forbid we state truths around here. Yeah, we'll save here. Events. Save choice. Learned about bandits. Thief 1. True. There must be some way that I can have some error output for an uninitialized piece of dialogue. That would save me a lot of time debugging. Must be my function library. How's the cost of living in Poland compared to US? It's a lot cheaper, but you make a fraction of the money. So if I had to say, I'd say it's about 2 to 3 times cheaper for food and stuff. Electronics, cars, gasoline, housing is all about the same as the US, or in some cases more expensive. But you make about 4 times less for money, so it's tough. It's definitely tough. Fence. Just make more. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me just go make some more money. You're right. Yeah, let's put some error code here. Are you working on a day off? What, today's day off? Independence Restoration Day? Huh. Wait, this is... Wait, what? Poland and US. No, I don't want the US holidays. Well, it says wrong country, but funnily enough, it's the Polish website showing me U.S. holidays for some reason. No, August 15th was Armed Forces Day. There's no day today in Poland. What if I strategically set up my life so that 4 or 5 children down my line... let me back up. I'm going to have children with as many nationalities as possible. I'm going to mix our DNA with so many cultures that like 5 or so children down the line have blood of pretty much every single culture within them. And so they can claim that they should celebrate every single holiday that they have blood culture relation to. And then that way my child will work like 10 days a year and be able to get off scot-free. Have over 190 kids. I was thinking 200. I will be Genghis Khan. Probably die of syphilis. Choice not initialized. That'll work. Sounds genius. Time to find the ladies. Get to work then. First step: find women who want to bang me. Shit. To take the venereal disease if there's no touching. What, so she just spreads it and I have to like aim like it's basketball? Don't clip that. Sometimes I say things. Learned about. Yeah, we'll have then different responses here if the player doesn't know about the banditos. I don't know if you guys like puzzle games, but I tried Shapes 2 last night. I torrented it. And I'm definitely gonna buy it because holy shit, is this fun. I got so addicted to this. It's like a factory puzzle game. You know, take shapes, make other shapes, combine them. Really fun. Highly recommend. Very well made. 98% positive reviews. Yeah, I can see why, because it's really, really good. And only in early access. I don't care. I mentioned that I pirate games. I pirate games to try them. I pirate when you can just refund, because sometimes I need to play more than 2 hours of a game to know if I'll like it or not. And with this kind of game, I felt like I might have needed more. I don't think that I did, now that I pirated it and tried it. I think that 2 hours, it definitely hooked me. But some games don't hook me in the first 2 hours, but then later become really fun to me. The thing is, games in Poland are not any cheaper than in the US, for instance, or in other parts of Europe, where you're making a lot more money. I imagine Shapes is probably... Actually, Black Myth Wukong is probably a good example. Why do I have a feeling that this is actually going to be more expensive in Poland? It's 9% cheaper. Even though the salaries here are about 4 times less than in other parts of Europe. So buying a game, you know, at pretty much full price is... it's really, really not great. So that's why, you know, it's like I can't just buy a game and if I don't like it, work a few hours and I have enough to buy another game. It's more like, no, I have to work a few days. Okay, let's copy this. Paste this down here. Okay, this will be secondary potion needs learned, thief 1. False. And learned about bandits, thief 1, false as well. Or no, we'll make the first condition true, but the second one false, and then the bottom one would be both falses. Damn it. I keep copying the wrong thing. I think more game developers need to support piracy. Or maybe not support it isn't the right word, but not be so openly hostile towards it. Which I know is a hot take. Well, I found it's even more expensive to live here. Similar salaries to Poland, but prices in euros and as high as any rich country. Yep. Well, I mentioned to people, it's like, oh, I'm gonna have to spend $1,000 to, you know, to upgrade my work PC here. Well, that's more money than we make in a month. Me and my fiance. And that's before any expenses. So anything like bills, food, things like that. It is pricey. Actually, we pay more for electronics here in Poland than in the US because we have VAT tax of 23%. Yep. Bullshit fucking taxes. Denmark has 25% VAT. Dude, VAT's so fucking stupid. It's like, okay, EU, how about then you make some semiconductor factories here in Europe? How about that? Oh no, because you like your 25% taxes? I see. Wintermount Bandits, Thief 1. This will be false. The strong poison, deal with some riffraff, and then this one will be just, we'll just copy this, but just remove the mention about bandits. Don't mind text, that way I can have my broken arm fixed without selling my house. I don't know where you live. You're in Poland though, relying on public health care? That ain't gonna go well. I've heard no history and stories of public health care ever really solving people's problems here in Poland in a timely manner. Do we need to take this saved choice? And make that a condition here too. Everyone keeps complaining here too, but I've only had good experiences. Either I think one of us is or the truth is somewhere in between both of our extremes, maybe. That's probably the more likely outcome, right? Oh, Bandit's Thief 1, true. Irrigate him. This needs to be rewritten. Should be able to, before they can catch me. Spoon is fast. I work in public health care and most are very proud of it, but in most cases it sucks ass. I'd much rather have it all be private. The wait is ridiculously long, and unless it's an emergency, then you get instant access and it works fine. Yeah, like, I'm not going to defend the US system because I think that there's, you know, big pharma setting prices to something unreasonable, and lack of transparency, lack of competition between insurance agencies. I personally prefer private simply because I like people being able to decide whether or not they get healthcare and what kind of healthcare they get. You know, that just to me that is more about liberty and freedom. Like, if you don't want protection, then fine, you don't get it, but you don't, you know, you get to save money. But at the same time, the prices for healthcare in the US are beyond reasonable. Same for education. First company in EU is Novo Nordisk, Danish medicine company. They sell a lot of medicines to the US. US caps medicine prices, then the Danish economy is fucked. Uh-oh. Of course, it's more complex than simply fixing prices. There is a group, though, in the US that is trying to reduce the prices of medicine by selling generic versions of them. Like the same medicine, of course, it's just not branded and run through big pharma. Get the name of it, though. Companies selling drugs in US for cheap. Cost plus drug. That's what it is. We've looked at this before. But they have some examples up here of the retail price of some of these drugs and how much they charge for it. Which is pretty nice. Some of them are quite significant savings. But I don't know anybody that uses it, so I can't speak on it, like, you know, with any stories here. I don't think the player would ever be able to hit this node. But I'll leave it there. The player will never be able to hit these two conditions will either both have to be false or both have to be true, I think. Or the only way for the player to learn about the secondary potion needs would be learning about the bandits. Should be fine. I think that Danish news and worry if price gets capped because Novo Nordisk is so important to the Danish economy and our ability to sell the jacked up high medicine prices. I'm curious about that. Danish. Holy shit, you're right. Look at that, dude. 13.1% of Danish exports in 2022 is packaged medicaments. Wow. 40% of it going to the US. Damn, I didn't know that. That's crazy. We have a dark mode, hold on. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Make so much money in selling ridiculous expensive meds. Yeah, it's 15.9 billion US dollars. 13.1% of your export economy. That's insane. You make 1.5 billions off of hormones that mostly go to China. Interesting. Look at the market cap of Novo Nordisk. Nope. How much is 917 Danish crowns? That is your currency, right? Is crowns? I don't know. It's quite a bit. Damn, dude, that's a lot of money. 3.12 trillion. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is wild. That is insane. I mean, what is it? What can even compare to that? Does Pfizer have stock that traded? Even Pfizer likely being paid behind the scenes for all the vaccine bullshit. 163 billion. That is insane. Yeah. That company goes under, we're fucked. Yeah, I had no idea about this company. That is wild. Even Eli Lilly the American pharmaceutical company, which I think has a lot of scandals and stuff. 876 billion market cap. 3.12 trillion. That's larger than like so many countries' economies. And I bet that a lot of it is right here. Oh, it's 3.12 trillion DKK. Okay. I didn't know about that. Million, billion, trillion. Still, 463 billion is no small joke. Especially for a company or for a country as small as Denmark. You know, and I don't mean that in a bad way. What do you mostly export to Germany then? If most of your packaged medication goes to US. Oh, electricity. Wait, is it don't tell me, is it because Denmark has nuclear power plants? You probably have some hydroelectric, right? Oh, we don't have nuclear? Sadly, it's illegal. Oh, you sell windmills. Okay. I hope that we can live long enough to see nuclear power plants not be considered so evil. You know, for me, it's like the surprised Pikachu meme with Germany. Like Germany, oh, we want to be energy and independent, removes nuclear power plants, gets their energy from Russia. Scared that they now are reliant on Russia for energy. Surprise Pikachu. Jesus, that's nearly double. The fuck is Hermes and why is its market, or I'm sorry, its stock price $2.4 thousand each? How many stocks do they have? There's some way to see that, like it's... I think it's PS, right? It's price per share. What's price to sales? No, I don't know what it is then. They even did a split. Wild, dude. Absolutely wild. Oops. Oh yeah, it's all the tech. Actually, that is also a problem with Europe. Is that if US tech companies decide not to do certain business with Europe, Europe does not have any of its own like technology companies that could take the place of the big five here. Wild. Okay, these look good. Learn about bandits, thief 1. I think this would be more like any care for flavor on the paralysis. Or on either of the potions, maybe? Don't matter one bit. Also, Maersk, the large shipping company? I mean, that kind of makes sense though, right? Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes sense with shipping. That's a little bit less unethical than pharmaceutical companies raking in billions. What about Potion Thief 1? Learn about Bandits Thief 1. And let's see. Probably the secondary potion needs learned. About 3% in company tax. Normal company tax rate is 22. Seems like everywhere you go, somebody's rigging the system to save money. In a socialist Denmark where you make special rules instead of making a system that works. Sounds like every country though. It's like the people in power want to retain power, so why would they give power and control to the people? Let me try this first and see how it is, because I think it's okay. Choose the alternate spawn. I don't know, my company pays 22, but others don't. How is that fair? Don't get me wrong, I like that we keep the companies in Denmark, but just lower the tax for everyone instead of this other BS. Yeah. I had to pay a tax last year for owning a business. Like, just for having a business in the US, I had to pay a tax. That couldn't be reduced because I didn't make any money as a company last year. It's just a tax, I have to pay it. Fuck me, apparently. Alright, what am I making? Damage health. Oh, unrealized capital gains tax, of course. To pay taxes on the money that you don't have yet. Can I do for you? Need a potion. Not so much potion as a poison. What kind of poison do you need? Need something to deal with a few guys I may not be in the friendliest of relations with. Okay, go on. Need something a bit fatal, capable of dispatching some problems if I coat my blade in it. Stronger the better, I assume. Use them correctly, okay. What kind of poison did you need? Strong poison to deal with some riffraff. Who do you want to poison and why? Okay, this is where we learn about the bandits. Now he says bandit riffraff. Looks good. Okay, looks good. Sell the stocks. Okay, this looks nice. I think we fixed that up. We do have to fix up some of the outcomes of the encounter and the requirements for some of the other encounters. Because now we don't care if the provided effect for damage health is... We don't care how strong it is. We could just delete this. Although... I think I'll do provided effect... E damage health. Secondary will be secondary potion. If there's any damage health in the secondary potion, it will kill the bandit leader. Hiptera, hero official. It's here a month or two ago. Did you end up pitching to a publisher? Yeah, we did. We ended up pitching to... I hate that I can't pronounce your name ever. But we did pitch to some publishers, and they really liked the game. They liked what we were trying to do. Terrifier. Okay, Terrifier. I gotta remember that. I wish I could set nicknames for you guys in chat. Wait, can I do that? Is there a way that I can do that? Enter the updated nickname. Okay, I put your nickname in there. What happens if you type something? Again, I've never used the nickname feature. It says Terrifier. Pretty cool. Poo poo. Okay, that's pretty cool. It completely changes your name over to it. You can see here. Pretty awesome. But yes, we did pitch some publishers that liked the game, liked the idea. They said we had a lot to show. What they didn't like so much, and I think this was mainly due to the publishers that I was pitching to, was the amount of money we were asking. So they were kind of like smaller indie publishers, mostly Polish. They don't have that much budget to work with, or the ones that do, that would be pretty much their biggest game that they would work on that year. So I'm going to spend some more time working on our game, making the first playable even better so that we can pitch to some of the slightly larger indie publishers, the ones who can afford this without much of an issue, and get them a better milestone plan. So it's not like the game's bad, it's just I need to keep going even a bit further so that when we take it to the people with the most money to handle our game, we have a pretty good shot of, you know, them saying yes. And if you haven't been here in a while, we did add some new water recently that looks pretty nice. This is our new water with swimming, underwater biome. Added some coral reefs. A couple of little cavey boys you can swim through. Nothing too crazy. That's looking pretty nice. Blueprint the go-to for making games in Unreal or coding in C++ not the standard anymore? I would say C++ is still the standard. Blueprint is great for dealing with smaller aspects or for prototyping. There are certain cases where blueprints are definitely going to be a lot less efficient than C++, and other cases where blueprints are negligibly different than C++. Yeah. Yeah, very, very, very fast to get to a baseline for blueprints. Why am I using blueprints? Because I fucking suck at coding. I am terrible at it, but I can do blueprints. These aren't blueprints. These are just, this is just our dialogue editor. But pretty much everything that I made in here is made with blueprints. Yeah, I suck ass with traditional coding. But give me blueprints, I can make shit sing. And a little bit of spaghetti sometimes. Just a little bit. When I get hungry, I make spaghetti. And I mean, this is just a prototype anyway, so prototype code is not really meant to be what's the maintainable is the word. Is a dialogue editor a plugin or built-in? It is a plugin called Narrative 3. I will send it in chat. Very, very well made. Yeah, it's very nice. I would say it's worth the money. It is pretty expensive. It does go on sale sometimes, but it is worth it. Very well made. There's one thing I want to do where we have contextual tooltips on the screen for when you are doing things. I was going to put some contextual tooltips on the screen for swimming, so the player knows that they can go up and down. Should be easy to do. Water's nice. Yeah, I'll show you too what happens with the water during. I did quite a bit of work to make sure that it sounds good during the weather. So if we turn on our storm. You can just barely hear the sounds of the storm near the surface, but as you go deeper, you don't hear it at all. Added raindrops to the surface as well. Do that manually or using WYs or Metasound? I did it manually. Yeah. See, using WYs or Metasound or Fmod or whatever, that would be easy. It would also be the most sensical. I don't do things sensically though, so I did it by hand. In fact, all of the sound stuff in our game has been done by hand. Oops, need to fix that. Nothing wrong with that? I don't know. I definitely learned that that's not the way it should be done. Yeah, water was a little BS there. It's creating some vortexes here. Here's a learn I just started on my dream game. Gonna use WYs. Dude, good luck on your dream game. I hope you don't get stuck on anything major, but if you do, and there's any way that I can help, just drop in and ask some questions. Maybe somebody in my chat would know better too. I can show you something we worked on yesterday as well. You guys will like this. There's a little hidden pathway, or kind of hidden pathway. Takes you to a special altar. An altar that wonderfully and beautifully overlooks this this stony area. Great stuff back here. But if you stand up here at the altar, yeah, you have to be looking in the right direction too. You have to be standing on the altar and looking in this direction for 10 seconds. It's pretty great. We did that yesterday. I love it. Hey Kent, how you doing? There's a little bit of a bug with it. I gotta fix it because it shouldn't play if you're not standing there. But I'll fix it. Instant publisher deal right there, right? We'll fix that bug up today. And you guys already know about the moaning beach balls and stuff, right? That's nothing new for you guys. Maybe it is, though. It's new to you? Okay, I'll show you the moaning beach ball. I like winter, too. Winter looks nice. The birds should slowly fade out. Yeah, they're fading. Okay. A little bit spooky. Looking good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty nice. You know, for a prototype and for not being a technical artist or anything. I probably didn't need to spend so much time trying to make all this look good, but I meant you. Thank you, Kent. You too, chat. You guys are looking pretty sexy as well. You meant the game, damn it! Damn it. Alright. I'm going to show you what happens if you manage to keep the beach ball up in the air for 10 hits. We also added some pretty big mountains in the background, and then I added snow to the peaks. Hope those look nice. What a dumb thing. Oop, some more water things we gotta fix up here. Yeah, it's sometimes when the water builds, it just fails to properly connect up to the ground. It's really fucking annoying. This will be pretty easy to fix though. Still annoying though. It's weird too, I can still hear the water sounds. I wonder if it's an issue with these spots. Or if I come out of the water in spots like this. You still hear the gurgly? Gotta get some work done? Yeah, take care, Bubby Bite. Thanks for telling me about pharmaceutical taxes and corruption in Denmark. I appreciate it. Weird, okay. Yeah, there's a bit of a sound issue. We can fix that. I don't know why that happens, but I can pretty easily fix it just by forcing the landscape up a bit here. Yeah, it could come up a little bit more. Who's beeping outside? And we can fix this one over here. Right here, this was happening. That'll work. I'm planning to reach out to publishers, but how did you do it? They're pretty easy to connect with at like conferences. If you have a game, most of them will be willing to meet with you. It's got to be there to get meeting early, especially for really desirable publishers. They will be taken very fast. Otherwise, you can usually just reach out on their websites, schedule a meeting. There's a grass here. Get rid of that. Publishers can be very helpful though. Especially if you'd like to take your game multi-platform. Okay, that looks fine. And just scam publishers preying on indie devs? Yeah, they are. Usually reaching out via cold mails. Yeah, that's true too. Very, very true. Especially the better your game looks. Like, okay, well, we'll work on your game, but you need to give us 50% of your revenue, and also we need to recuperate costs first. Oh, that looks better. I use that spline to handle my audio for the waves. Because I didn't like whatever default shit came with Fluid Flux. It updated like once every 3 seconds or something. It was terrible. So you could audibly hear it just not matching up with where the player was locationally. Wasn't great. Okay, where's my context overlay? Context controls. Get player character. We're gonna have to change this pretty soon to a different cast. But it's fine. For now, it'll work. Character ref. It's good because I only replied to Hotmail. Classic. Some of you guys are big old school RuneScape players, right? Come on, save. RuneScape for 45 minutes and quit. It was bad and boring. Which one was it? Was it old school or was it RuneScape 3? Alchemy Trace State Idol. True. Oh, is that table false? It was over 10 years ago. Yeah, the game is quite different than it was 10 years ago, that's for sure. Character ref, we need to get the swimming component. Or we actually just have get is player swimming. Control and space to move. We'll do space and control to move up, down. That should make it so that if we are swimming, that we'll now have some context controls for that. I should probably also add that to the game guide, but we'll update that. I'm just checking for trees popping out of the ground. Cool, it's working. Looks good. You know, even if we can't get this game made, I'll just be happy with what we've made so far. Yeah, it's gonna suck, right? But I'm not unhappy with what we've made. Get out of here. And eat happier, pay your bills with it. Well, here's the worst case scenario, right? We run out of money. We can't make Cauldron Chronicles. I need to go get a full-time job. Imagine how this game and this project will look on my resume. And the fact that I streamed it, and I have all those days uploaded to YouTube. This tree is floating. Will look like a failure. I mean, technically, yes. But developers won't see it that way. Most games don't get made or released. We tend not to judge unreleased games as failures necessarily. I think this one might be floating. Hard to see. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. I mean, I will consider it a failure to get launched for sure. But as a prototype, I think that it's already proven success in that regard. Okay, where was this tree? This one is floating a little bit. Oop, not anymore. I'm gonna fix up these rocks too. We had any gameplay too, or is it later down the line? What kind of gameplay? Because we already have gameplay. That's okay. Looks good. No, it's not a. There's no stupid questions, but you know, some people have different definitions for that, right? Like some people would say, oh, well, for me, the potion combat and the dungeon exploration is what I'm most excited for. It's like, well, we don't have that yet, so for those people, we may not have the gameplay that they're looking for. But for my definition, you know, we have the gameplay loop fully on display here for the prototype. So to me, the game is playable. It is very lacking though, and it's lacking a lot of the tertiary expansions that I think would add more meaning to it. So things like the fishing, the potion combat, the dungeon exploration, the puzzles that you solve with potions, those things are missing. They're not crucial to the core loop, but they are part of like exploring the game and stuff. Okay, so you expect like the combat and stuff, yeah. That is going to be added after... Oop, hold on. After we finish up with this build, so like after this month, we'll be focusing more on overhauling our potion inventory so that we can start to implement potion combat into the game. Yeah, so that's going to come really soon. The rest of that looks fine. Once we have potion combat, I feel pretty good about I don't know, adding like a dungeon into the world, but the thing is that I probably need to make it a separate level, which is going to have its own significant problems. I haven't really thought too deeply about it yet. But we need to have at least one dungeon in the prototype to showcase what it's going to look like. Potion combat, but like potion combat's big because it means that we can pick up and throw potions, right? Which unlocks pretty much another verb for our game, which is huge, right? Because if you think of games as actions, games as verbs, what can you, the player, do in terms of verbs, right? So for like a walking simulator like Firewatch or something, right? You have walk, interact, inspect. These are verbs that you can do in the game. And for Golden Chronicles, if we add throw into the game and we have this wide freedoms, a free system of potion crafting, and the potions you throw have different effects based on the effects that are on the potion, this adds a very reasonable chunk of potential into the game. I'm gonna get rid of that. So yeah, for me it's exciting. We can have puzzles, we can have platforming sections. We can make different types of enemies that respond differently to those effects. Lots and lots of exciting shit. Any other cliff faces that I could touch up on? Yeah, we could touch up on these. Oh, that's spiky. We can smooth that out. I don't know why that was so spiky. Okay, the rest of that's okay. For the most part. That looks fine. That's okay. The desert wall should be okay too. Although I feel like there was a location somewhere, and I don't remember where, that the player could get stuck. It might have been on these rocks. That looks good. There's just some weird issue. I mean, the water system is something, let's say. Sometimes it cooperates. Most of the time it doesn't. This stuff's okay. It looks fine. Bushes and trees. Delete these. We have floating trees. There's one here. Can the player come? Yeah, the player should be able to come back here, so we'll touch it up. I might move these. Is this 3 trees or is it 2? It's 3 trees in very close proximity. Yeah, let's move these a little bit. Delete this one. Overlap of like the leaves is whatever, but I don't want it to look too ridiculous. You know, this is a fantasy game, guys, come on. Yeah, I think all my trees are okay. Just you wait though, I will find another location where trees are just like here. Spoke too soon. You know, we haven't put anything back here, really. There's a lot of density. You know, we have the Keck altar, we have the stream, the tower. Up here, the lake has a lot, the desert's got a little bit. I think when we do finally add a dungeon or something, I'll add it like back here. That way every corner has something. Turning on my fan. Oh, shit. Let's not bump into my microphone, please. Okay, I think the first thief dialogue is pretty good. 2A is if the paralysis potion is provided. Two B is if the paralysis potion is not provided. And then I think we have 2D here. Which is if the bandit leader is killed with poison. And we'll just want to make sure that the dialogue that mentions that is, you know, up to date. To see occurs if what? I don't remember the spawning conditions. Okay, that's if the poison was shit. I assume that spawns then if the outcome is bad enough. Yeah, if the score threshold is bad. Two A spawn conditions. Killed bandit leader with potion. False. Effect provided paralysis secondary potion. Yeah, that looks good. Paralysis not provided. Okay, so 2D. Whatever poison he gave me was way too strong. The moment I put my knife to his throat in an attempt to scare him, died. Told you not to make it too strong. The moment I made a small cut, his eyes rolled back and he shat his pants. Now, I'm used to the shit being a sewer goblin and all, but I'm definitely sure that humans don't just do that randomly. Top tier writing here. 2D is going to happen if there's any damage health on the potion now. So it's not going to be that it's too strong. It'll be that whatever you put in that paralysis potion, whatever you put in that paralysis potion, fucked him up. I want to put my knife to his throat. Say the moment I poured that shit down his throat, he died. So what did you do? And we'll say, are you sure it was the potion? The moment the drop hit his tongue, his eyes rolled back and he shat his pants. I like the I like that you can you can say that you purposefully sabotaged him, right? That's what you get. Now you will never find your money. And you can just scream at him like, "Get out of my forest." He just responds, "Your forest stinks anyway, and worse than the sewers. Begone, foul goblin." If we can make an evil playthrough of this game just really fun, I'll be happy. Okay, I think the dialogue of that's fixed. That should be okay. I think it's good. I think we're good there. Let's see, what else do we need to adjust in the level? Desert's kind of boring, but it works. This is the first region we really built up was the desert. If I recall correctly, it was. I wonder if we can find that day. I'll go to my studio. Cauldron Chronicles dev streams. what day it would have been. This was our alchemy system. Still our alchemy system. Not quite sure what HL. Shut up, kid. Oh. Day 33, we actually already had a pretty good chunk of it built. We did build up the world pretty fast. Like, it wasn't too difficult to get it moving along. Oh, here it was. First day of throwing this into the open world. We got ultra dynamic sky and weather. That was a good day. That was fun. Yeah, look at it. Oh man, these were the days. Yeah, it took shape pretty fast. The rainbow. What the fuck is that? Do I still have that rainbow asset? There's no way, right? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't place that. That's a good thing. Day 31 though. Almost been 100 days since then. Oh yeah, I remember why. We had to get the GPU upgrade because the game kept crashing with my old GPU in it because we were running out of VRAM. Oh, I remember that. It's all coming back to me. All the trauma. Okay, tide pools are good. They have ingredients. The lake is the river is a little barren, but we know that. We're kind of okay with that. And that's because fishing will be right here. There'll be a little fishing spot in this this little lake. We might just allow the player to fish anywhere in like any little body of water and just change the possible loot based on where they're fishing. That's more interesting to me anyway. But we'll see when we get there. We could always just do like the little bubbles that are appearing near the surface. You know, some way to inform you that there's a fishing spot here. We'll see. Alright, well, one important thing I wanted to do with the dialogue was enable more options for like potion outcomes, so that if you provided some weird effect on a potion that you gave an NPC, that they would comment on that. That way there's a little bit more of worldly reaction to your choices, especially with these potions that I think are the kind of the keystone of the game. Let me quickly test the spoons. I want to put damage health on the paralysis potion that you're supposed to give him. So we'll make the damage health. And then we will make paralysis. And this has damage health on it, yes. So beautiful. We'll see what he does with that. Gotta fix up the tutorial too. Yeah, whatever you put in that paralysis potion fucked him up. Moment to pour that shit down, his throat, he died. What did you do? Oops. Made a mistake, Spoon. That's for damn sure, human. Don't make it again. Okay. We'll tell him to go join an adventuring party. It should spawn Alaric. Blue dick boy. There he is. Okay. Well, I want to try the same thing now, but without putting the damage health in the paralysis. Yeah, it's weird. So if you give him the potions before you learn about his commission, it kind of fucks things up. Yeah, that's a problem. We'll just need to make sure that it automatically skips that one if the player does that. Wait, how much is so got my poison ready yet? Does he say that in dialogue? Thief 1 though? He kind of does. It's a little awkward. We got better as we wrote, so like this was the first dialogue for him. It's not organized in the best way. Watch the Harry Potter games potion making minigame for visual inspiration. They're quite satisfying with the mixing and stirring. The game? Which games? So I've seen the movies. And the stirring mechanics are something that I want to... I am considering as a way. So, like, for me, I want to see how much complexity and ease of use our current potion making has when it's properly made. And then see, okay, can we fit in some additional complexity with, like, stirring mechanics? And if so, Harry Potter is one of our inspirations. Oh, the Half-Blood Prince? Yeah, I never played the Half-Blood Prince game. Nice pouring. Nice Takesha design. Hello, hello. How's your Tuesday? It's kind of fun, yeah. Interesting. Like that you have to massage the the cauldron. Are you winning, son? What's that up and down motion for? I'm just making potions, Dad. That's all it is. Uh-oh. Yeah, that didn't work. Why did that mess up? Killed bandit leader with potion. But that should only happen if... How's the development of the game progressing? It's going well. It's going really well. One day at a time, right? Recently we just implemented a... Well, it took a while, but we implemented a new water system with swimming and everything. I think they look pretty nice. Some coral reefs. And then a new river and waterfall up here. So those are pretty fun. And now we're preparing the build for a publisher to take a look at it, so we're fixing up a lot of like little bugs and making sure everything is to our standard of quality that we'd like. Even though it's just a prototype. Don't promise spikes in the water. A little bit. We did fix some of those. Other ones that we were unable to fix, we had to hide with particle effects. So we just pretend they're not there. There's only so much we could do. Yeah, we just hit them with rocks and particle effects. That's the wrong one. It should be provided effect, E damage health, secondary potion. This must be written incorrectly. I'm intentionally leave that so the game is remembered for it. That's if we want to use this water system for our full game, and I don't know if we want to. I've had nothing but problems with it. And the documentation for it sucks. For a $300 plugin. It was 300 bucks, right? Or I might have bought it on sale for 150. Oh, it's $350. absolutely wild how annoying it is to use and how bad the documentation is for that much money. Ugh. Wait, what was that Reddit post? You haven't tried Fluid Flux, it is money well spent. Disagree. Disagree, bro. It looks good, but getting it to work. I have not tried Unreal's water plugin though. Yeah, I've not tried it yet, so I don't know how well it works. Does it say easy anywhere on its store page? It intentionally leaves out a lot of things that I think that it should have. Like, it doesn't mention that it's not good for rivers and ponds and lakes. It does not mention that anywhere. It doesn't say it's good at it, but it doesn't say that it's bad at it either. It just doesn't say it at all. Unreal water plugin. This is from 2 years ago, though. Is there anything that was sooner? This was like 1 year ago. I do like its stylization. Doesn't really interact with the coastline at all, though. Not bad, though. It's definitely not bad. Yeah, not bad. Though for what it's worth, I do think that our coastline looks a bit better. Try not to overestimate the system. If I haven't prepared the ocean with ships and a vast island covered by rivers and simulated lakes, probably a reason for that. Still a $350 system. It works, but you have to do some really finicky stuff. Like the lake was easy. The lake is the easy part. The harder part is that it doesn't tell you anywhere that you can't have overlapping domains and that you can't bake more than one river into going into the lake. So like we couldn't simulate having a lake or a river up here going into the lake and a river over here going into the lake, because that would require one larger domain. And if we cook down that data to try and merge it in with the lake disappears. There's a whole bunch of problems that it does not state that it has, and I wrote a review stating that. It just does not tell you that it can't do certain things that you think it could do. It says, oh, you can bake simulation data into the coastline data so that you can have a river merging in with the coastline. What it doesn't tell you is that you can only do that pretty much once. So if you want to have multiple connections, or if I want this then leading into another lake, you can't do that. Hey, Coach Carter. Long time no see. Also, increasing the size or the resolution of a domain makes the domain resolution actually worse. I had a friend who sold assets for Unreal Engine. He told me that they made a lot of money from those assets. He even showed me the analytics once. I saw that they were making over 500,000 a day. 500,000 a day? Does he want to support Cauldron Chronicles? Want to become an investor? Yeah, that a day sounds crazy. I can't imagine 500,000 a day. Potion outcomes that are desired by designers. Potion outcomes score threshold provided effect. Check type. Main potions, secondary potions. Okay. That's the issue. We need an S here. There is Hey Sensuko, how you doing? Good to see you guys today. It's equal to not equal. It's just not applicable. Outcome trigger subvalue. Yeah. False. Or no, that's true. Paired or type. Tier to check is 0. Good, how are you? A little bit tired today, but otherwise fine. I might have to take off early today, and then I'm gonna take off tomorrow. I think. I need to do a little bit of work that's off stream. Tired as well? Yeah. It's 11:30, yeah. That is exactly right. Harder to pass. Okay, so not equal is just true. That works then. Yeah. That should fix it. Have any of you guys tried Cauldron Chronicles yet? I'm just curious. Man, how you doing? I do have public build, yeah, it's on our Discord. We are working on some miscellaneous changes today, Hero. Some bug fixes, some NPC fixes, things like that. Doesn't he need paralysis 2? No, I think he just needed paralysis 1. Kind of forget. What if you promise you won't install a Trojan or a crypto miner on my PC? We won't do that. One thing that I will probably do is make a Steam app for it. And then I could just give you guys keys for it. Did you manage to get the foliage back? Yes. Yeah, we just restored a autosave. If you guys want to try it though, you can wait till next week when we have the new build ready. Or it might even be done before that. Okay, that's good. That worked. Let me try it again with the damage health on the secondary. Damage health, good. And paralysis. Spider stinger, purple desert flower, corrupted toadstool. That should make it way too strong. Yeah. Maybe it would help to post a virus check of the build. Just for people that are a little bit worried about that. Beautiful. Whatever you put in that paralysis potion fucked him up. Wonderful. Okay, so that's working. We have some tutorial text for him coming back. It says like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, wait for the NPC to return from their adventure takes 5 minutes. I'm instead going to... I'm going to remove that part if the player has chosen the alternate spawn point. Okay, let's do that. Game instance variable B. Is alternate spawn point enabled? Then we'll set that here. Get game instance. Cast to GI alchemy. Oops, nope, set that. Alternate spawn point enabled, set to true. There we go. Alright, if alternate spawn point is not enabled, say that, and if it is, remove that 5-minute mark. So stressful for your game? I know I'll create it, but I need time and people are waiting, but since they're solo, I have a primary job. Yeah, I'm stressed. At some point, they'll start quitting my Discord, posting updates, but that could take a month or two. How far along are you in your game? Okay, that looks good. Realistic and not put timeline pressures on yourself, especially if you have a day job. Yeah, but at the same time, if you don't set some goals and timelines, it's hard to... For some people, it's hard to find motivation. As a senior web dev and all the stress, yeah. Not that I'm stressful that I won't finish it, but that people will expect more updates. You have the GDD, you've created UI UX. Now I'm doing some math formulas and drawing. So you're like very early. You're just doing early stages of pre-production essentially. Although starting with what is PBBG? What is that? Oh, persistent browser-based games. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, why are you working on the UI UX so early? It's like, well, that's because that is the game. So that makes sense. I mean, you might have... I don't know. You might have gotten people... Maybe if you got people hyped too early, that might have been the issue, right? Because you're still in pretty early pre-production. That could be it. But I think that if people leave now and they don't come back once it's more finished, then they probably wouldn't have stayed around in the first place. You might just have some dormancy issues, right? So people will just hang around, they'll look at updates, they may not say anything or interact in your Discord much, but they'll come back when there's something significant to latch onto, right? We have the same issue in our Discord. It's just like some people are there just to wait for when there's more gameplay, or for, you know, Frayed said he's waiting for more like of the potion combat stuff. So, you know, he's probably not interested in playing the build yet until we have some of that in the game. You know, people have different levels of desires with what the game is doing. And some people will just be like, you know, I'm going to check up on you once every couple months. We'll see how it's going. You'd said your game's going to take 3 years to make, so, you know, they don't need to be around every day. Well, like, from my perspective, you're way too early to be doing any, like, major marketing push, so I wouldn't worry if people filter in and out right now. You're overworking on it since I love doing it. As long as you're not burning out, because if you start burning out, you'll start hating development. You won't look forward to development. Sometimes a bit of a break is good because it reignites that spark. Okay, if alternate start is made... Yeah, it doesn't say 5 minutes here. Wonderful. What am I trying to fix right now? There is a bug with the tutorial where if you give Spoon the potions without asking him about his commission, I don't know why you would do that, but we need to force the tutorial stage past that. Okay. That should be fixable. Somewhere. Barter widget. Don't know what stage it's considered though. Man, I really should have made this a global function. Whatever. Whatevs. That's why we make a prototype. I don't see it though. Oh, it's up here. Talk to them and obtain their commission. So this is which stage? Talk with NPC. Technically, we need to complete talk with NPC, make commission potions. All of them. We need to complete 5. So we need to trigger this 5 times. It's a very awkward way of doing it, but I think it'll work. I think if we get him killed though, it will automatically skip to a certain point. Wait for the NPC to return from their adventure. If they did get killed, you'll see a different NPC at your hut. Yeah, so this is then where we run some code to test if... Yeah, continue to explore. One more NPC to try, or reset the game and try to fulfill Spoon's needs with different potions. Perfect. Oh. The choice not initialized or found. Asked mage about potion 1. Okay, let's provide the damage health potion only. I think we only want to skip 4, not 5. Because the player's supposed to wait for the NPC to show up again. Let's set it to 4. I would also like if the notification was behind the tutorial. I don't like it that it appears in front of it. We can fix that. Okay, yeah. Wait for the NPC to return from adventure. Okay. Beautiful. What did we call it? Notification hut arrival. But I don't think we added this directly to the main HUD. Do we add it separately or do we add a fresh one each time? I don't remember. We must make it each time. If we put the objective widget Z order 1, that might allow it to show up over the default Z order 0. Shit. Okay, on construct, I'll just force it. Set the order canvas panel slot. Notification size box. That should work because it's slotted in the canvas panel. Or not. Target is canvas panel slot object reference. There's some way we can get a slot. That might work. A bug on my screen. Gotcha, bitch. Shit. How can I manipulate that? It's not a big deal, but I feel like there should be an easy way to fix that. The order. I don't think you can do it on widget creation, but I will double check. First, I have to see where we actually make that. Add to viewport at Z order -1. Granted, now that I'm changing this, do we want it to appear behind the tutorial? Is that really what we want? Or would it just be better for me to change which side of the screen it appears on? In both cases, at front or behind it, it's annoying. Like in one case I can't see it as easily, in the other case it appears above the shit that I need to do. I'm just gonna change it. It's not the Z order that's the issue, it's the location. I changed the alignment. No. So... Okay, made it 100. Go. Why isn't it letting me change that? Zero to 75 be 5.75. That'll work. As long as it is not hit testable. Yeah, it isn't. Beautiful. Doesn't affect hit testing of children. Let's change that. Non-hit testable self and all children. Perfect. I don't think there's anything that would appear above and be annoying with, including alchemy. Just gonna pop down here. Could be a little annoying up here, but nothing major. That works. That fixes that issue. The game guide probably needs updating for jumping, then control in space when in water for controlling height at the moment. Actually, all this information should be gone through. Not a whole lot has changed, although I could add some information in here about NPCs and kind of how commissions work. Oh, there's some of it. Yeah, this needs changing. It says our prototype commission has 5 possible outcomes, but now it's way more than that, so. Let's fix that. It's gonna be in our strings file. Ooh, and we need to initialize this. Let me do that before I forget. Okay, strings. Gathering, obstacles, alchemy, flavor, X commissions. Commissions in Cauldron Chronicles are requests for potions that NPCs ask of you. Currently, our NPC will commission you for a single potion, later also referred to as the main potion. Currently, our main NPC, Spoon, will commission you for various potions. However, each commission, let's say every commission, will always require a single primary potion, later also referred to as the main potion. NPCs may have additional desires and wishes that you can glean by talking to them. You may find that there are additional potions you could offer them to satisfy these desires and wishes, later also referred to as secondary potions. When you're ready to complete a commission and give any additional potions you want, make sure to select all of the potions you want to give, and select one as your main potion to satisfy the commission requirements, and any number of other potions as secondary potions to attempt to satisfy those additional desires or wishes. Scoring potions is done in the background and is not shown to the player. Okay, none of that should have changed. Our prototype commission has 5 possible outcomes based on the score given. Our prototype commissions have many possible outcomes based on the score given, ranging from total failure and an angry or dead NPC to an absolute success where the NPC gives you exclusive items for doing such a good job. In the future, commission scoring from the perspective of an NPC is on a pass to fail scale. Actually, this is not in the future, this is done. That has been done. Commission scoring from the perspective of an NPC is on a pass to fail scale, so while a commission may be a failure for an NPC, we may write this in a way that makes that failure ethically a positive outcome for a player seeking to do good in the world, or vice versa. We want to ensure a smattering of morally gray stories, or stories that seem one way but are actually the other. I don't think Spoon is always the best personification of this desire, but we will have more. Our prototype will aim to have 3 fully written, and if we can obtain it, voiced NPCs. That, you know, the voiced part of that's going to be the more difficult aspect to ensure, though. Oh, this is potion throwing, okay. Yeah, nothing about that has changed either. And the other thing that we need to check up on is the controls. Space is to jump. General. We'll add a new section here for while swimming. Left control to swim up. This will be changed. I will have it be directional based on the camera pointing. I was not able to get that working though right now. It's kind of annoying. Everything else should be okay. Right now, exploration is limited to the small prototype map where the player is able to pick up ingredients and interact with a few objects. That's fine. In the future, we'll be exploring and prototyping ideas in the open world, such as combat with enemies using potions, fishing, farming, and various types of puzzles. That looks good. Yep, that looks good. Flavor. Flavor does need. I think alchemy just needs a whole overhaul as a system in our game. You know, we need our second iteration of it, and definitely an iteration with effects not being known when you first collect an ingredient. That's gonna be a whole. That's gonna be a very, very big overhaul, though. I look forward to it, but it's gonna be difficult. Right? Okay, that's fixed. Yeah, that looks okay. Let's import that into the game. ET strings. It's good. Okay, final thing I want to touch up that I know about in like the open world for now would be the Keck altar. It was bugging out for us. I don't really know why. I'll have the blueprint up on my other screen and let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. Oh, I see. We don't stop the Keck W check if the player goes outside, yeah. I'll fix it, I think. Yeah, it's working. I love it. It's so fucking dumb, I love it. I'll make it a little bit more wide though. The radius of allowance is kind of unforgiving. Okay, that's good. One thing I can check would be snow. Snow and rain, actually, because I think that a lot of the new things we added here do not have their master materials updated. They do not. Now, most of the things are underwater, but for the things that are not underwater, we need to update. So, like this, for instance. Please tell me there's a master material. There is not. Wonderful. a bump offset? Static bool. Okay, base color, metallic, roughness. Normal. Ambient occlusion. Unfortunately, I think this pack has different materials for literally everything here. Or maybe not. Maybe all the ruins are part of it, okay. And the tiles too, wonderful. Yeah, I take it back. This has a master material. It's a good thing. Base color, metallic, roughness, normal, world position offsets. Looks good. There's a bunch of specular issues on some of the plants too, and like grass. We'll want to fix that up. Only when it's raining though, not when it's snowing. Come on. Okay. A little bit of snow on some of those. That's fine, we're okay with that. We have, which corals are sticking up? We have this one sticking out a little bit. And I assume that this is the same material instance, yeah. So if this is the only one that sticks up, we can just change this one. Green is roughness. Normal map, WPO. And that's the ambient occlusion. Looks good. You guys see, by the way, that Black Myth Wukong had over 1.4 million players? Have you seen this shit? It's wild. God, de nouveau. Wonderful. I might give it a try. If it's really that good, I might give it a try. Got really good ratings. Crazy. $1.4 million players. You have to consider too that is. Let me look at the all-time peak. That's firmly cemented it in the 4th all-time peak games of Steam. Even beating out like Cyberpunk and Elden Ring and Banana. But fucking Banana. That's crazy though. What's the deal with Banana? Money. It's money. Play free game, get skins, sell skins on store. I mean, arguably it's just making Steam a shit ton of money. But yeah, you get the free skins, you can sell them on the Steam store. Okay, blue is metallic. Roughness is the multiply. Normal. Red is ambient occlusion. Okay, is there anything else we're missing that does not have snow on it? That should have snow. Can't tell if this one is sticking up out of the water enough. Must not be. Everything else should be okay. maybe this. Oh no, that's receiving snow. So yeah, I think we're good. I can't think of anything else that I added that would need snow to appear in it. Snow shouldn't be on this, but I can't really remove it, so let's not talk about it. Unless I can use an occlusion volume, maybe, and not a brush. That might be possible. I don't really see it working though. The weather masks might be overriding it. Or it needs to cover like the entire... I don't know. Blur radius. Blur slope. Oh, GT experience gonna lurk? No worries. Well, this is not excluding, this is now causing snow to appear. Weird. I do wonder if it's this this brush here that's messing with it, which it probably is. I don't know. Doesn't really feel like it's working. Yeah, I have no idea how to feel about that. Well, there is an occlusion volume, but I think that only blocks particles. That doesn't block, it doesn't prevent wetness and shit from building up. Yeah, it's just for particles. Oh well. We just gotta live with it. Oh. See through there. I can fix that. That looks better. Okay, the ore's receiving it. All this stuff looks fine. Tower should be okay. Tower looks good. Our fairy ring is fine. We haven't added anything over here. That should be okay too. Yeah, I think we're okay for now for the snow. Alternate cave is fine. Yeah. I'd like to know where that player stuck issue happened though. One time I was playing, I got stuck in some rocks. I don't remember where it was. I can't remember if I fixed it or not. Ah well. What are you gonna do? Bug to fix here. We need to get some music. I think I'm going to get in contact with the lady I met who does composing, and start on some talks about getting a theme song and maybe some ambient tracks made for Cauldron Chronicles, and see what prices she's asking for those. I don't know about you guys, but that'd be pretty cool. Wink. Skyrim vibes? That's true. I was watching, yeah, I'm testing the snow, just to see if there's anything that we added to our scene that doesn't have snow coverage, or if there are any graphical issues. I was watching some gameplay of Oblivion recently. I'm like, damn, I forgot how bright and vibrant Oblivion is compared to the dull gray, snowy grays of Skyrim. Add a hoverboard instead of ball in the snow so you can test. Snowboard would be pretty cool. Extra side snow or also tessellation? I'm going to assume it is texture side. Based on what little I know about art and materials, I know that I had to enable this in each of the master materials. It's part of ultra dynamic sky and weather, let's put it that way. Because for $40, of course, they would just... Here's fully working snow. Yeah, I'll show it to you. $40. Get this, it'll change your life for Unreal. Fully working dynamic day-night system, extremely customizable, very, very easy to use, and very easy to set up in your project. In fact, I'll show you how easy it is to set up in your project. If anybody's wondering, hey, is ultra dynamic sky and weather right for me? Because I don't know too much about Unreal. Here's how difficult it is. Okay, it's done. You have it. Working. That's all it takes. And it's really, really well organized and documented too. Tons of customization, and each of them has information that takes you right to the README. In-engine README. Right. Material that checks the world space vertex normal, and if it faces up, lerp with some snow material. Probably can make it yourself, yeah. Although you could pay $40 as well. Save yourself the headache. Big time save. It also comes with a lot of blueprints as well for various things like puddles, occlusion, masking, weather override volumes, like we use up on the mountains. This way we can have some snow up here. And also being able to do really some good rain effects as well is nice. Especially with like droplets on the water. And it should also support... I don't know if I can force it. Volumetric fog and clouds is nice, and then it also has support for, what am I thinking, rainbows and such. Different seasons. Weather probabilities. Dust as well. We want to have dust storms. Although I don't think I enable those in my project. But it does have them. You get dust coating on everything too. Add tessellation snow piles. Snow piles could be pretty cool. They do some cool stuff. They have this like puddle fluid volume, but I've never used this. I don't know what it looks like. I think it has to be raining for that to work though. How does this work? I'm gonna say I can put it in like a little divot so that we get water effects within it. That's pretty nice. I don't really have any divots though that I can use that with. Those look nice though. Also have some nice splines for drips when it's raining. Could add that like above the doorway or something. I always have problems with splines because it's really hard for me to gauge where they are in the world, like depth-wise. It's a little bit too much. Spawn rate per meter, 5. That's just a few drops. That looks better. Yeah, and it only appears if it's raining too, which is nice. A lot of good event callbacks too for doing things like on, I don't know, when the time of day changes or every hour. It has moon phases too, so we're going to be using that in our game for sure. We boosted up the moon, it's pretty big boy. Using nanite on terrain? Yes, I am. 15 is new moon. What's pretty nice is that adjusts the nighttime darkness as well, which I like. That should be kind of fun when it becomes new moon. It's way, way darker outside. There's also an aurora, but I don't know if I enabled the aurora. Use auroras. Okay, I should have had these enabled from the start. Holy shit, this is awesome. How did I not turn these on before? Enable all the features. Oh, that's so cool. Are they usually that fast in real life? I've only ever seen the aurora like a couple times. That's cool though. I wonder if it reflects the aurora. Hard to see. Yeah, they are pretty fast. I'm curious if they apply any lighting to the scene. Let me turn off the moon a sec. So using the same water you... Yeah, I am. Spent a lot of money on that. Coastal waves look good? Yeah, the coastal waves look nice. I think using it for the coast aspect has been very, very nice. Oh, I think the auroras are affecting with the scene with Lumen. I think they are emitting. Hard to see. What did they use for those waves? Something called... It's something called shallow... Like shallow surface rendering or something? Shallow wave rendering? I don't know the name of it. Oh, Aurora in real time. Thank you for that. They are pretty fast. They're persistent though. What I like about the real ones here is that they're persistent in like an area. I can't remember which chemicals create which colors. I don't know if it's oxygen that creates green or if oxygen creates like white or something. I do not recall. Yeah, they are pretty fast, aren't they? God, that's pretty. I'm gonna have to see them. The one time that I saw them really clearly was when I was on a flight. And it was because when I was flying, I think it was from... Yeah, I think it when I was flying to the US or flying to Poland. it would have been something like this. Or something, you know? I don't know. You know, some kind of flight like that. So we went up pretty damn near Greenland or North Canada, and I could see them from the plane during the nighttime. They jitter fast, but they don't move across the sky. Aurora. Aurora speed. Speed, the aurora effect moves and changes across the sky. So this will create static. Scales the speed, the aurora lines will change speed relative to how they move directionally. That was the wrong thing to adjust. Texture scale. Yeah, let's not change that. CODSK doesn't know how Aurora works then. This looks better with these settings. Like clouds being blown by wind. There needs to be more of like a crispness to them. Although you will get them less crisp the further down south you are. I believe they get less noticeable. Which it's possible that it's using the locational data of ultra dynamic sky. Maybe I can look up the documentation for the aurora. There isn't a whole lot on it. Full 3D aurora effects. I think I have volumetric clouds turned on. Yeah. We could turn on volumetric auroras. Well, I was preparing some shaders. Still preparing shaders. CPU bad. They do have a texture here that maybe, you know, we could change to get better auroras. Could switch this out for something with a lot more crispness to it. Oh. That was pretty cool. Like, they're still pretty fast. So these are the volumetric ones, which do look pretty cool, to be honest. But we either have volumetric auroras or we have volumetric clouds. We can't have both, unfortunately. They look nice, though. And so if we turn off, we turn on volumetric clouds, this is what we get for auroras. It doesn't look that bad. Apparently I can enable auroras during the daytime. Not sure you want to do that, but it is an option. Oh my god. That almost looks like an apocalypse. Well, this definitely changed it into a very, very different game. What kind of colors would we want for the Aurora? Like, do we want to use the default ones, or do we want to go with some, like, more, I don't know, magical colors? I kind of like the default. The bright greens and blues and pinks look nice. Very vibrant. I will boost up their intensity, though. By red and black. Black auroras. Streaks of black in the sky would be kind of cool. I don't know if they'll render, though. No, they become fully masked at that point. And she treated as having no opacity. We can overboost value, though. Especially if we want them a bit brighter. That looks pretty nice. Looks pretty cool. Very magical. Why are my bubbles escaping? They're not supposed to escape. What's going on here? They're supposed to pop. Damn you, bubbles. Well, now they're popping. Weird. I like how I am just gradually turning this game into Skyrim with like the landscape. Oops. It's a shame with the snow you can't see the auroras. Probably because of the cloud coverage, right? If we made a snow variant with less cloud coverage, I bet that they would be visible. Okay, 8.5 is default. Oh yeah, see, that's what we need. Low cloud coverage on the snow. Oh, bubble trouble. I mean, having this low of cloud coverage, though, for snow does feel a little bit weird. But you know what? It looks good. And that's what matters the most. Although I'd love to replace these horrible cloud cards. They cause so many problems. They look terrible underwater. They're translucent materials. Finding something to replace that would be nice. Or just covering it up with rocks and cliffs. looks nice. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. We'll keep the Aurora settings there for now and see what people say about it. If there's anything else in here that I haven't turned on, that could be nice. Cloud wisps. Oh. Wispy high altitude clouds. I wonder if it's those. Yeah, it is. Okay, those are kind of nice. Then I could turn those off. Simulation. Simulate real sun, real moon, real stars. Yeah, okay, so this is what I thought, is where maybe if there was this, it would, modify the aurora, like, resolution, if you were just more south. And the intensity. It was pretty cool, though. Real sun, real moon, real stars. Location, let's see if they have, like, Warsaw, Poland. Month 8, day 20, year 2024. Time zone +1. I think we are +1, maybe +2. Use system time. Okay, so that's what it looks like. That's where the sun is. That is pretty cool. Moon stuff. What else do we have? Skylight. Cloud shadows. We do have those turned on. Exposure, fog. I'd love if we could put fog overneath the over the lake during the morning. Would fucking love that. That might be difficult though. Space layer. Add planet moon. Wait, what? Oh, I can add a planet in? I don't even need my, I don't even need this planet in the sky. I can actually add a planet. With ultra dynamic sky. It's amazing. I can add Earth. That's awesome. Oh, wow. So we could have multiple. Color, texture, tint. Yeah, dude, make that shit red. Can increase its glow. Oh, that's cool. So it'll change the shadowing on it based on the sun's position. I mean, obviously that makes sense. Whoa, dude, that's so cool. I love that. I'm in love with that. So I assume that this glow then affects the world too. Oh, I see. It's like a glow around the edges of it. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Different atmosphere colors. An emissive texture. Render ring, so I could turn the ring off. Shading is incorrect, is it? I don't think it applies shading for the ring. What it does? It says ring shadow. Oh, when the aurora's getting in the way. Man, I don't even care if it's a little fucked up. It's pretty cool that this has this. Again, all for $40. It might not be. Based on the sun's position, it may not be incorrect. No, you should be able to see the ring. Might just be bugged. They might just need to fix it. Oh, we can adjust the ring pitch. Oh, it renders the ring's shadow, or the planet's shadow on the ring. It does not render the ring's shadow on the planet, which is what it is. Ring distance. I don't even see it. Wait, is that it? That is. That's hilarious. You can get it really far out. I don't like how that looks. Go back. Try this again. Terminator thickness. What the fuck is a Terminator thickness? Terminator tint. Oh, I see. Okay. A little bit much, isn't that? Mesh deform texture. I think I can give this a moon though. Space glow brightness. Space layer brightness, nighttime. Oh shit. Never mind. I'm not sure if this will work though. Add a rocky planet. Oh no, I can parent it to the sun or moon, but I can't parent it to the to that planet. Would be cool though. Light pollution. Oh. Yeah, we don't want any of that. There's no light pollution in this world. We change the glow color though. Make it Terraria Blood Moons. My grass. Oh, there it is. Screen space light shafts. I'm surprised we didn't have that on actually. Moonlight shaft bloom. How does that work? Where's the moon? There it is. Oh yeah, light shafts, dude, that looks sexy. We definitely want those. Not even a question. Giant ass planet. Light shafts. Auroras. Give me all the engine features, please. What else have we not turned on to blow up people's PCs? There's water caustics built in. Hold the phone. What does that look like? No. I see. Yeah, those caustics look pretty nice. And since they're based on UDS, they would disappear during the nighttime, I assume. Unlike the ones that come with fluid flux. Or they'd be based on the moon, wouldn't they? Okay. The only problem is because they're based on water level. It would fuck up the water up here. I don't think they would render caustics at all. You know. Unfortunately. It's cool, but it wouldn't work for us because we have different water levels. Oh well. Sun lens flare. Are you really just gonna turn on all the cinematic features? I only see the light shafts though for the sun. There's a little bit of it. I think lens flare might be a little bit overboard. I don't think our stylized fantasy game necessarily needs lens flares, but I mean, if we have it in here, I can always just add an option in the menu to turn it on or off. Not a big deal. A little unnecessary though. Post-process components. That's pretty cool. Disabled during day, dawn, dusk, night, overcast. That's really nice. So you can disable certain post processes during certain like weather or time of day. It's really cool. I like that. Hey, Turning Cog, how you doing? Human eyes don't get lens flares anyway, just burn retina. I feel the same way about like motion blur, because it's like motion blur is something that your eyes do. I don't want to play a game and see motion blur, or like depth of field is another one too. It's like my eyes do that normally. And the thing is, I'm not always looking at the center of my screen. I'm sometimes looking in the corner of the screen even though my camera is facing a different way. So like most depth of field is based off of that center location that you're looking at. And I fucking hate it. Motion blur, if you do it right, like if you do, I think per object motion blur in like racing games, can look great. But if you do, for depth of field, I've never really seen a implementation of depth of field that worked well for me. Depth of field is only nice for screenshots, 100% agree, yeah. Little distance fog does a better job with depth of field. I agree. Scalability, performance. Sky mode. That's pretty cool. We do have a volumetric fog feature, you know, in the game though, and it's turned off by default. So you can turn it on if you want, but it will hit your FPS. I added that pretty recently. Looks really nice at night with the lanterns. Chunky fog. Ew, looks pretty cool. Tilt shift is just camera. What are you guys talking about? Should try and tilt shift your scene. What the fuck is tilt shift? Make the camera near isometric and add blur to things close and far away. What is tilt shift? This man can barely art. That's pretty accurate. Look for tiny Elden Ring. What are you guys talking about? What is tilt shift? I'm getting tilted just thinking about shifting. Can't art, but I can fart. Yeah, that's me too. Dude, I fart all the fucking time. Tiny Elden. Okay, let me look it up. Tiny Elden Ring. By the way, you guys can share stuff in chat. Where can I play? Would look nice for screenshots, actually. Yeah, I like it. Looks similar to what they did for No Rest for the Wicked. Kind of. I don't know if it's the same, but it's similar. You guys probably have better explanations for camera stuff. I'll leave you with this mess. I mean, is there a way that I can throw a camera in the seat and just see what it looks like? Like maybe if I wanted to get a shot right here. You know, are there some settings I could do with it? Perspective, orthographic. I could have sworn that they... FOV, it's just FOV. You make the camera near isometric and add blur to things close and far away. But near isometric, wouldn't that be like a really far away camera with low FOV? Couldn't I change my viewport into that? It all seems a bit unreal today on your machine. If I turn this to like 10. It's gonna look a little wonky, but whatever. How do I adjust some blur? Probably with a post process, right? I do have one in the scene with infinite bounds. Depth of field. Like you just depth blur? I see depth blur here. Is this the correct one? Maybe not. It's this one. Really hard to get the focal distance correct though. I don't know, I'm curious about it. You know, I like games with unique camera setups. I've always been curious how they accomplish that. Being really weird though. Sensor width? Do I want it higher or lower? Squeeze factor. This is beyond my understanding. Everything I do just either makes it more or less blurry, but it doesn't change the depth. I wonder if it's because the post process has infinite bounds or something that it's kind of being weird, but I don't really know why that would be the case. Oh yeah, let's turn on chromatic aberration, because players love when their game looks like shit for no reason. Another feature that your eyes will automatically do. It's good for some visual effects, but I would not like have it on by default. Like your eyes just do this normally when things move at high speed in your peripherals. I hate chromatic aberration. And film grain too. Okay, so we'll max the chromatic aberration. Where the fuck's my film grain? What is this? Where is it? Film grain. Oh, here we go. Film grain intensity. Yeah, beautiful. It's at a rotating camera. Their camera. I don't think you can add camera shake on you'd have to do that on the camera itself, on the component. You can add a shake component, I believe. Bloom. Really high intensity bloom. This looks wonderful. Shutter speed. What's that? Dirt mask? Lens flares. Got the fisheye. I mean, that would be with high FOV. Yeah, bitch, it's Cauldron Chronicles. Look how excellent it looks. Like an album cover. Like the scar effect when the player passes out, that's true. Fucking lens flare too. That's right. Vignette. Maximum sharpen. This is looking great. I love it, you guys. I absolutely love it. Just gonna reset the FOV, but everything else should be intact. Oh, see, now this is the way to play. Publishers are gonna love it, yeah. I can fix that. Let's fix up the player character. Camera 140. Character movement component clearly needs to be 5,000 walk speed. Oh wait, my FOV is getting reset. I can fix that. Oh yeah. Now this is pod racing. So on Island, survival craft used chromatic aberration on their caustics. It was a bold move. That's crazy. This is looking great. Oh God. The flashbang every time there's a lightning strike or I look at a light source. Oh my God, get out of here. This is certainly an experience. Yeah, this is certainly something. Where are the rain particles coming through the ground? Or the water here? Get out of here. I need to... We're gonna undo this. Let's just undo those changes. Ever made a multi-floor elevator that actually went to a designated floor and was able to be called? I mean, I could create that. Not just a crappy teleporter, so something that actually moves. Yeah, you should be able to do that. You could use a timeline to lerp between floors and multiply the length of it by the number of floors being traversed. That way you get smooth movement. You could also do an F interp so that it gets a little bit, well, here I'll show you. Because if you do a lerp between the start and the end, it's just going to be like that, right? But an F interp would be more like that. So it'll move faster in the center parts, and then have a bit of a winding down time. How do I go to the floor you want? That would be changing the route's location. I can show you if you want, because I'm pretty much done with today's work anyway, so let me undo all of my horrible, horrible changes. Hey, Caddy Chips. With bloom and all this nonsense. Ease in and out would work too. Film grain, please. Yes, get rid of that. Okay. Hey, August, you familiar with touch controls? No, I am not. I've never utilized them. I don't know if... Do I know somebody who might have done it? Not in Unreal. Not in Unreal. I don't think I've ever worked in a game that we implemented touch controls for. Okay, where's that camera that I threw up here? Let's get rid of that. Found a bug for enhanced input actions with touch, and apparently it's been there before 5.4. What's the bug? The modifiers don't work properly? Yeah, I've never worked with touch controls in Unreal. I wouldn't know. I'd also just be stupid, so not sure. I mean, aren't we all? Okay, I will end the YouTube recording here for today. And then, Turning Cog, I will try to help you with your elevator issue. So if you're watching on YouTube, thanks guys. Thanks, bye-bye, bye-bye YouTube.